I hope you are having a good day so far. And I hope you are greatly enjoying the Factorio expansion as much as I am if you are playing it. Uh, but I pried myself away from it after playing I don't know, like 16 hours of it this weekend or something. So welcome. So we get to start today with a math pesto puzzle from yesteryear, apparently. Uh, as always, we start with the most voted on puzzle by supporters with voting privileges. This puzzle was voted for by David, Russ, AFK, Luda, Doomdiot, Nordy, and Neverio. So thank you all for your support. Let's try and wrap our minds around the rules here. Hey, Casey, how are you doing? Place the digits 0 through 8 once in every row, column, and 3x3 box. So Sudoku, but with 0 through 8 instead of 1 through 9. A digit in a circle must appear at least once in the surrounding 4 cells. That digit also equals the number of surrounding cells that are shaded. Okay, so I suspect that means that all of these are shaded. A question mark represents the same number for both clues within a circle, i.e. that digit appears and that many cells are shaded. The value of question mark may differ between circles. Unshaded cells in the grid must be orthogonally connected, and unshaded cells that are orthogonally adjacent must have digits that differ by at least 5. I see. Okay, so that does mean all of these are shaded, because 4 of these cells are shaded, and all of these are unshaded, because of that. Oh, wait, did I misread what this means? I think it means surrounding the circle, is my reading of it. Let's see, we also have a 0 down here. There's sort of like a virtual German whispers line running through all of these. I would have made this my usual, unshaded bluish color, but because the green cells are effectively German whispers, I figured giving them a German whisper coloring would make sense. This 3 actually tells me that 3 of these are shaded, and it can't be these 3, because if it were these 3 that were shaded, the unshadeds would be disconnected, and we've been told the unshadeds are connected, so that one is shaded, and likewise that one is shaded. Let's see. And it is 4, by the way, that we cannot put in green. Normally with German whispers, it would be 5 that couldn't go in green, but because we're 0 through 8, then we have to go with 4 is the one that is unplaceable. And then it is 3 and 5 that are the monogamous digits for this. Oh, also only one of all of these cells is shaded, and it's definitely one of these 2 because otherwise I can't get to the 3. So these are both shaded and these are both unshaded. And if those are both unshaded, yet 2 of these are shaded, these are both shaded. Let's see. Likewise, one of these 2 needs to be shaded to make this 3 work. So these are both unshaded. And one of these only is shaded. So these are both shaded. Let's see. Okay, so one of these 2 has to be green, because otherwise we've disconnected this whole mess up here. These can't both be shaded, I see, because if these 2 were both shaded, then one of these then these would both be unshaded, they'd be disconnected. And so one of these is shaded and one of them's unshaded, which means that these are both shaded. And now because of that, all of this is shaded, which is kind of worthless because I don't get anything for unshaded cells. Oh, it's not completely worthless, actually, because now I know one of these is unshaded, so it has to be that these 2 are unshaded. Otherwise, I can't get my unshadeds out. So that one is shaded, and now if this is unshaded, then it's disconnected because then that's shaded. So that one's the unshaded one. That one's the shaded one. So we've got all of that. Let's see. Casey says this is unshaded. Can you tell me why? Hey, AFK. These three can't all be shaded because if these three are all shaded, then I've isolated this. So therefore that one is shaded. Is a weird kind of logic-y bit, but okay, and so now that I've done that, now these two have to be unshaded because we have to connect this unshaded, which is, I think, what Emma saw before, but I did not. There's one shaded, so it has to be that one. There's three shaded here, so it has to be those. So these unshadeds have to escape down through here. One of these two cells is a 3, I should probably mark, because there's a 3 in this box. So one of these is a 3. And so that looks up and says one of these is a 3, which is maybe not maximally useful. It says one of these is a 3. Getting 3s in gray is not the most useful, but I can probably do it with other digits if I am attentive. Like, I know that one of these two is a 2, because of that. And that's more interesting, because if one of these is a 2, well, in fact, actually, I guess I don't know that that one has to be the 1, but I know that assuredly there's not a 1 there. So assuredly there's a 1 in this row. And now, because of this old quadruple trick, we actually know which is the 3, chat points out. Because we know one of those two is a 3. And so that does tell me that on this 3, one of those two is a 3. But also there's a 3 in one of these 4 and one of these 2, and I still need a 3 in row 7, and now it can only go there. And so we get to bring out Big Z for the 3 dance. Ba-boop-a-doop. Whoa! Ba-doop-a-doop. Whoa! Ba-doop-a-doop. Wee! Ba-doop. Thank you, Big Z. Thank you. Okay, so there is a... Okay, so... Maybe I don't quite know. I was trying to think maybe I know what the low digits are in these cells, but maybe I don't quite know that yet. Maybe I should probably think about other things first. Let's see. Got those 3. 3 of these are shaded. One of these is shaded. There's a 0. Yes, I know these are things. I really want it to be 1, 2 like that, but who knows? Let's see. Suddenly I am out of easy shading points to make. Let's see. I do know there's a 4 here. What now? Maybe I should think about what the low digits are on this, because there's no 3s on here, and I need 2 low digits in here. So it's 2 of 0, 1, and 2 are in here, which is maybe not the most interesting. Yeah, so there's this sort of checkerboarding pattern where we know that everything that's in the same checkerboard spot in green is the same high lowity Vish is pointing out. And so Vish is noting that we're at some risk of repeating that high lowity in this column. So we have to make sure that we never sort of get too many of the same high lowity. Yeah, 3 is monogamous. 3 only goes with 8. Thank you for reminding me of that. Okay, so one of these two is a 0. That's something I should mark. Because one of these two is low, and the only low that it can be based on my other marks in the box is 0. So one of these two is 0, which is the kind of thing that you'd think might be useful, but I'm not 100% sure that it is. So yeah, it's either like 0 and 2 here is the lows, or 0, 1, 2 up there. Okay, that's true. This digit, David points out, can only be either 1 or high. Hey, Chip, how are you doing? Ah, Martin points out this cell needs to be green, because if this cell is gray, then this green can't get out through that 3 quad. So this cell is definitely green. Which seems potentially potent. Awesome, Chip. That's wonderful. Very happy to hear that. What kind of puzzle was it? Let's see. Okay, and I should maybe the question mark here is definitely either 0 or 1 for what it's worth. If it's 0, then that 0 shows up in one of these two cells, and that's not very interesting. If it's 1, then that 1 shows up in one of these two cells. Let's see. So if these are both green, then that's a 4. Oh, I guess if this is gray, don't we run into the same... Oh, not quite. No, if this is gray, we could have those be gray, and it could still get out. So we're okay on that. Let's see. We know there's a 0 in here and another low digit. Let's see. I know this question mark isn't 0. Let's see, I'm trying to decide. Does it break if I make these 3 the shaded ones? So then I make both of these unshaded. I think that's still okay. Let's see. Yeah, one of these two is low, and it's not a 3. This could be a 0, somewhat annoyingly. Is there any way this 8 is useful somehow? I don't think so. Uh, I need to decide, like, do I want to try and, like, just introduce a checkerboard coloring here just to see if it makes anything leap out? I think all of those are on the same checkerboard. Uh, so they're either all high or all low. And then ditto these. Uh, 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 okay, let's see. David says this needs to be gray. Because if it's green, then we need to put either a 3 or a 5 in the column in green. But both would are monogamous, so we couldn't put them. Couldn't it go in row 2, column 5? When is the next setting stream? That is a good question. I have some ideas that I'm kicking around that I might do as a setting stream. Uh, uh, only one of these is shaded. Let's see. How are we sure this cell isn't a 3, Emma? Am I sure that this cell has another green cell next to it in box 5? Uh, uh, let's see. It is good to be looking at these digits. It's worth noting 2 only goes next to 7 or 8. So I do know that these are from 278, and I know that one's not an 8. Uh, so if this is a 2, then that's a 7 and that's an 8 for what it's worth. Uh, uh, I do know that the 4 in this column is in one of these 3 places exactly. Uh, let's see. David says you can't put 3, 4, 5 in 2 cells, so one of those numbers must go in column 5. Uh, it's either gray. Uh, I'm not following this yet. I think you're assuming that this can't be 3 or 5, aren't you? Do you know that this can't be 3 or 5? Uh, let's see. Uh, okay, so this is a multi-step proof. So it can't be 3 by sudoku. And it can't be 5 by the 1 quad. Oh, that's subtle. Okay, so this is not 3 or 5. Uh, oh, no. Sorry. No, could be 0. Yep, could be 0. Uh, 5 goes with 0, not 1. Hey, I was convinced. Uh, I mean, I guess I could say that I know that 2 in this box is in this column. I don't think that's super exciting. Uh, bye, David. This like long string is kind of interesting, but I don't think I can quite get anything out of it. I mean, I guess if this were green, it would put a lot of pressure on what this could be, but not an unbearable amount of pressure. What am I missing? Yeah, I know there's a low there. I know there's a low there. If this is green, it's the last purple in the row. Is that interesting? Uh, uh, and stuff like this 1, I can't quite figure out what I can do with yet. Uh, I guess if this is green, then this cell can only be a 0 or an 8. Because, oh, sorry, that's not even true. Sorry, because it's not there. It's if those two are both green, which who knows? Yeah, sorry, yeah, this cell can be the same as that one or that one. Uh, hmm. If the 4 is in the column is in one of these two cells, then uh, of course that's the one that's shaded. Hey, Paulfly, how are you doing? Uh, yeah, one of these is assuredly green. I agree with that from Joel. Hmm. I mean, I agree with David's point that it's more likely to be this one than that one, but does mean this isn't a 3 or 5. So if I write in all the things that this can be, oh, sorry, 0. It is not a 3, 4, or 5 because this is definitely next to two things. Uh, so these are all the purples. Actually, could this can't be 3, 4, or 5, right? Oh, that right. It can't be 1 because of the row. Uh, can this be the purple 3, 5? There certainly can't be the. Uh, if this is the purple 3, then if this is the purple 3 or 5, then everything around it is gray. Is that okay? I think that's okay. Uh, unfortunately. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Okay, yeah, that's a very clever point from Joel as well. 0 is in one of these two cells. If 0 is here, then 0 is purple, so it's also there. So this is actually not 0. So actually, the only low digit that this can possibly be is a 2. Uh, which is interesting. If 0 is here, then that's a 0. And if 1 is here, then that's a 1. Let's see, Carl asks if it is 2. What is row 8, column 1? Oh, and the answer is it's nothing. Okay, got it. So yeah, so these two cells, if we write in what they can be, I think it's important to actually just write in what they can be. So they're green, so they can't be 4. There's a 1 in the row. This one, the same trick applies from before, which is that it can't be 0 because if it's 0, then purple is high. Uh, and it can't be 3 because 3 is in the box already. So both of these cells, if they are low, are 2. So they can't be low, they're high. Okay, so my purple is high, a very weird deduction, but very good spotting. So these are low. And I think I can actually get rid of the green now. There we go. Okay, and so blue is low, so that means this is a 2. And this is a 0. This is a 1 or a 3, but it can't be a 3 because 3 is monogamous, and this digit isn't. So we can get rid of that. Get rid of that. This digit, of course, is not a 2. This digit is a 0 or 2. This digit is not a 2. And it's not a 5 because 5 is monogamous. So this is a 6, 7, or 8 only. This is a 1 or a 2 only. Yes, the 2 on this quad goes there, Martin sees. Very good. One of these two is a 0, I suppose I know. This is also a 6, 7, 8, by the way. It also can't be 5. So we actually have a 6, 7, 8 triple in orange across the row. So if this is orange, it's a 5, which doesn't work. Oh, sorry, it does work. Never mind, sorry. Yes. Now 3 in column 5, if you look at it, because 3 is blue and it can't go there, 3 in column 5 now is up here in one of those two cells. And so, in particular, none of these blue cells can be 3, I guess, is the way to write it. So we have a triple in blue, which means this cell can't be blue, so it's gray, which was what David was working on earlier. I now know these aren't both gray, so these are both gray. However, if this one is gray, it disconnects things, so it's that one that's gray, and therefore that one is blue. Because in row 3, we have a corner marked 3 from earlier work. So that is orange. Yes, this Martin points out this can't be 0 because it sees both blue cells on the quad and one of them is 0. So this isn't 0, which means that this is, because we've got a 1-2 pair. This is a 2, then these are a 7-8 pair for whatever it is worth. Also, if this is a 2, this is a 1 for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Yeah, this is also 0 or 2, Emma points out. So that gives us a 0-2 pair in the row and a 6, 7, 8 triple. So that means the only things left in the row are not 0, 1, 2. We still need a 3, 4, and 5. Those are the only things left in the row. And that one's not a 3, at least. Okay. Oh, let's see. Carl says this can't be 5, which I agree. It's a little tricky to see, but if this is a 5, it needs to go next to a 0 in this direction, and it needs to connect somewhere, but it can't connect here because of the 0 quad, and it can't connect there because of that. So this is 6, 7, 8, and this is also 6, 7, 8 more directly. So that is very cute. So yeah, we've got a 5 sort of floating around. Okay, what low is this? It can be 0. It can't be 1 by the quad. It can't be 2 by the row, and it can't be 3 by that. So this is 0. It's a naked 0 is a low. Good point. Oh, these are certainly a 7-8 pair. I agree with that. Owing to the fact that they're next to. Oh, oh no, sorry. This is either. So if this cell is unshaded, it's a 1. I don't think I know what that means yet, though. Oh, sorry. If it's shaded, it's a 1. Sorry. If it's shaded, it's a 1. You're right. Sudoku on zeros places the 0 there and the 2 there, which makes that a 0 by this quad. This row needs a 1 and it's placed. Because if you look at it, it can't go in orange. It can't go in a box with a 1. It can't go in a pair, or sorry, a column with a 1, 2 pair. So that's definitely a 1. I don't think that necessarily makes it blue, though, but at least it's plausible. Oh, yeah, these are a 7-8 pair because you can't put a 6 next to a 2, so the 2 does make those a 7-8 pair. So, again, we've got sort of not very many things left. We've got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are the things that are left. And the 6 is definitely in this row. So that's not a 6. Also, more simply, chat points out that there's a 7-8 pair, which makes this a 6, which now means, oh, sorry, that could be blue still. That's a 6 now by the 7-8 pair in this row. This can't be a 2 for a funny reason, which is that if this is a 2, it makes those two a 7-8 pair and breaks that cell. So in fact, this is a 1, and that's a 2. Let's see. Oh, Jamal points out this cell's definitely gray because it would have to be a 7-8 if it were not gray. That is true. And oh, these can't be 3, by the way, because of the 3 quad, and that tells me that this is gray, because this can't be far enough away from that to not be gray, once I keep in mind the 3 quad. The box 8-1 is here, Kurbon points out. Nice to see you, Kurbon. I hope you've been well. One of these two cells is a 1 just by sudoku. This is a 4-5 just by sudoku, and this is the other 4-5 just by sudoku. So it's the same digit as that 4-5. Aha! Aha! Well, that's absurd. These two are the same, and they can't be 4 because of this 4 quad. So that makes these both 5, which that is very cute. I like that a lot. Which makes that a 4. Yeah, I liked that. That was very cute. I was like, there's no way I could possibly use the fact that these two are the same, right? And then I looked up and was like, oh, wouldn't you know it, I can. Okay. These are 6, 7, 8. I agree, making a triple. Which makes these a 3, 5. And if these are a 3, 5, this is gray. Because oh wait, sorry, that's not true. Sorry, never mind. Sorry, 5 is good enough. Sorry, 5 is orange. It is an acceptable orange. Yes, one of these two cells is an 8, points out Screaming Ice Cube. And so just because of the given 8. And so that 8 looks up and makes that a 7 and that an 8. Which makes that an 8 in turn, which then bounces back and makes that a 7. Making this the other 3, 4. Let's see, that is a 6 and an 8. That's a 3, 4. Let's see. Yeah, the 8 presumably was to solve the 7, 8 pairs. That would make a lot of sense. Row 6, column 4. Yes, okay. This digit can't be blue, because if this digit was blue, it would be a 0 or a 1. This is Martin's point, which was expressed eloquently in chat. So this is never the thing, which means that this needs to get out, because remember, the orange and blue cells are connected. Tabris was pointing out, I don't think there was any way that this could possibly be forced to be shaded. So indeed, Tabris was correct. Oh, I do know one of these is a 1, I should point out, just because of that one looking at the quad. So I know that one of these is a 1 looking back. There is a 6 in this column, I guess I know, but I don't think I know where. Hey, Mavir, how are you doing? Row 3, 4, column 3, 4 only has 2 options. Okay, it can't be a 1 anymore, and it can't be a 0. So this is 2, 3, or 4, I suppose. Retired this year. Awesome. Yes, this is shaded because 6 only goes next to 0 and 1, and they've both been used. I agree. So that means one of... Oh, actually, I think that means this is... Oh, no, it could get out this way. Never mind, sorry. Because this is never a connecting point. So I have a feeling we're going to conclude that this is gray. which we can because it's not 6, 7, or 8. There we go. Yeah. So we're going to conclude this is gray. And now the point is that whether this is colored or not, we can't escape through it because if this is orange, then it's a dead end. So this is always in. I guessed the deduction in a weird way, although then I looked over and saw that Mekti had already seen that this cell was gray, but I just guessed what the deduction was going to be based on this pencil mark. Okay, so these are from 6, 7, 8. That one's not an 8. That one's not a 6. This one's not a 0 or a 1. So if it's blue, it's a 2. This one's not a 0 or a 1. So if it's blue, it's a 2. Cute. So both of these separately, this feels like a very math pesto deduction. These both separately can't be 0 or 1. One of them must be blue, and hence must be... oh, sorry. No, 2 is still okay. 2 and 7 are 5 apart. Damn it. I was so excited I was going to get to rule out this being 7, but no, I did not. Very sad. Here, I thought I had become one with the setter and knowing what was going to be required. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is just gray. Emma points out because it also can't be 6, 7, or 8, and it's next to a 1. This can be blue if it's exactly a 2. Oh, sorry, this is blue because the 3 is done. And so it is exactly a 2. And so one of these two is a 2. It's probably that one, but I don't think it, strictly speaking, has to be. Yeah, one of those is a 5. It's a 3. Let's see. Let's write in what is left here. So we've still got a 3, 4, 5, 7. And so this is a naked single 4, chat has identified. And so that is a 3, 5, 7, which makes that an 8. Which is what I was trying to prove before. I should have just gone with it and just said it's just definitely an 8. So if this cell is blue, it's exactly a 2 because it also has a 3 looking at it. And if this cell is blue, it's exactly a 2. I don't know if that really helps me in any way, shape, or form, but we can pretend. So these are, I guess I know what these digits are. These are a 2 and a 4. So that means that there's a 4 over here, AFK points out, because of this 4 quad. And these are 1, 6, and 7, just for what it is worth. Okay, so at least one of these is unshaded. So because if both of them are shaded, then this question mark is a 1, and there's nowhere to put a 1 on the quad. So at least one of these is unshaded. So... Oh, right. Sorry. It's counting shaded cells. Sorry. It's counting shaded cells. Sorry. So what we're actually saying is at least one of these is shaded. Sorry. Yeah, at least one of these is shaded. And if they're both shaded, then we need a 3 somewhere, and that's fine. Oh, is this a naked single? Let's see, it's not 0. It could be 1. It's not 2. It could be 3. Could be 4. Can't be 5, 6, 7, or 8. I think this still has some options, as best I can tell. Oh, the other row 5, column 7. How about this row 5, column 7? The row 5, column 7 in row 5. You should have specified that that was the row 5, column 7 you wanted. So it's not 0, 1, or 2. It can't be 3. It can't be 4. It can't be 5, 6, 7, or 8. So yeah, so this is a naked single 3, which makes that a 5. There we go. I was looking at for cells that were naked, not blue, but wanted to be blue, but I could not find any. Tragically. There's a 4 looking down at this. I see you won't point out, as well as Screaming Ice Cube, making that a 1. So making these a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That one's not 4 or 5. That one's not 0 or 6. This is only a 2 now, unshaded. It's not 0, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, right. It can't be 7. Because if it's 7, it's unshaded. And then, wait. Can't it be 7? No, sorry. If it's 7, it's shaded, and then I'd need a 1. Right. So this, sorry. If this is shaded, then I need a 1, and I just can't have a 1. So this is unshaded. That's the way I should say this. Sorry. And so now as an unshaded digit, it's blue, and its only option is to be 2. Because remember, 4 isn't blue in this puzzle. Okay, so now this cell is shaded because it sees all of the complement of blue digits. Because it sees 0, 2, 3, and 1 in the column. So this is shaded. People want me to say that 2 doesn't whisper 6, I suppose. Let's see. So one of these is in for sure. Okay, now if this is gray, now the whole thing is disconnected because we can't escape through here. So this needs to be in. And now this is out because it's the wrong color. And I suppose has been for some time. Sorry, is out. Oh, this is also out, right? Oh, no, sorry. This, I don't know if these are in or out because 3 and 5 both are color. Oh, sorry, no. Now this is out because there's no way that this can be in, because if it's in, it's orange and it's a 5, and that doesn't work. So that's out, and so therefore that's out, and therefore this is in. And so it is a, well, let's see. This is at least a 2. So this is a 7 or 8 only. Oh, right. 4 just doesn't go anywhere. 4, right. Thank you, Emma. 4 is not blue. 4 is nothing. Okay. So there's a 4 over here somewhere. This cell can't be gray because if it is, we disconnect the world. So this cell is blue. And it is a 1 or a 3. Oh, but if it's a 3, we also disconnect the world. Oh, also, by the way, this 3 is done now. So we can go ahead and sort of continue that. Oh, sorry, or a 0, sorry. 0, 1, or 3, sorry. But it's certainly not a 3. Because 3 would need to go next to 2 8s. So this can only be 0 or 1. Okay, now how many shaded cells are there going to be around here? It's going to be 1 or 2. If there's 1 shaded cell, then that's a 1. And if there's 2 shaded cells, then that's a 2. And I don't think that helps at all. This is only actually able to be 5 or 6 for what it is worth. If this is a 5... okay, yeah, if this is a 5, because of the 0 in the row, we break. Because if this is a 5, then we run into the problem that 5 can't connect down, because 5 can only connect to 0. But this cell can't be a 0, so we can't do that, I guess. Yeah, I guess I could have even just said, if it's a 5, then that can never be that. Yeah, I could have done this without referencing the 0 in the row. If this is a 5, there's nowhere it can connect without doubling a connection within a box or column. So this is always a 6. Yeah, I should have just said the column and the box together, is how I should have done that to begin with. Okay. Okay, so I think it's probably worth writing in what this digit can actually be, which is that it can be 1, not 2. I think it can be 3 or 4, and 5, but not 6, not 7, and not 8. So we have that is pretty interesting. And here we're either going to have a 2 or a 3. So this has to be shaded. Let's do that first, because there's no 2 around here. So that's going to be shaded and say that there's a 3 around here somewhere. And the 3 we can actually place if we look up, because this 3 looks up there. So actually that's the 3 and that's the 7. Okay. I did see the point, by the way, that if this is 1, we create a problem, but it was a little look-aheady, so I was trying to avoid it. Which I might be able to do. Let's see, what can this be? This can't be a 0, a 1, a 2. It can't be a 3 because of the quad. It can be a 4 or a 5, but it can't be 6, 7, or 8. So this is only 4 or 5. Let's see. And I do know one of these two is a 4, I suppose. I wouldn't call that clean AFK. You have to then say, okay, so if I do this, it's gray, and then I have to connect down here, and then say then it's broken through the mechanism that because I put a 1 here, this can't be 1 anymore. I definitely consider that dirty for my tastes, but we'll use it if we have to. Let's see. 11. I mean, I didn't say anything unnecessary, did I, AFK? Uh, column 7 has 8 values filled in. That's good. Let's see. That sounds good. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a 7. Good. It's a 0 whichever way the 6 goes, because the 6 connects to a 0 or 1, and the point is neither of these can be 0. So the 6 is always connecting to a 1 that sees this. So I agree that's always 0. Let's see. One of these is 3. 0 in row 1 is now here. Good. So this column's... Oh, not quite. I was going to say this column's 4 is placed, but... 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we know this one's not 1 and it's not 3 by the quad. This one's not 1 or 6. I'm trying to understand Paul Fly's way of saying this. If this goes this way, it needs a 1. If this goes this way... okay. Yes, okay. Paul Fly's way is very nice. So if this goes this way, this is a 1, and if it goes this way, this isn't a 1. Is the way to say... Oh, Paul Fly actually is seeing it differently. Paul Fly is seeing it as either this is a 1... by sudoku or by connectivity, because either I connect this way, in which case it's a 1, or I connect this way, in which case then that's a 1, because that's a 1. Okay, yeah, I like that better. So this is always a 1. I am content with. Yeah, I'm happier with that. Let's see. Okay. Tallcat points out there's a 7 and an 8. There's a 7-8 hidden pair in these cells, but this one of those is only 7, so that's an 8. Okay, let's see. I do know one of these is a 4. Oh, we can place this 7 in this box. And we can place this 8 here in this box. And I know there's only one shaded, so one of these is in. Let me fill in. Let's see. This is a 4 or a 5. 5 only works in a color if it's only next to 0. That's not super easy. Let's see. I bet this is easier. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this is 2 or 6. So yeah, so this can't connect to either of those. So if this is anything, sorry, if this is colored, it would be orange. It would be an orange 5, but it would disconnect because those would both need to be shaded. That doesn't work. So therefore, this is the one that is shaded, which means this one definitely isn't shaded. And in fact, neither of the others are because of the 1 clue. This needs to be a 2 because 2s are blue. Let's see. 3 doesn't go next to 7, so that has to be gray. If it were blue, I would need to have a 3 next to a 7. That doesn't work. If this were gray, it would need to be a 7, or sorry, if this were orange, it would need to be a 7 or an 8, and it can be neither, owing to the 2, so this is gray. By connectivity, this now has to be in, so it's a 0, and that's a 6. And now this has to be in again to finish our connectivity. So no 6s there. That's a 4 or 5 pair, so that's a 0. This can only be a 6 because it's not a 7 or an 8, and it can't be a 5 because it's next to a 1. See, these are 3, 4, 5. Let's see. Can I convince Mark to kindly fill in the rest of the cells for me? It looks like it. So in other words, I suppose what I should have said is the 2 in this box is placed. So there's no 1 on this quad, so that has to be shaded. Let's see. This is not a 3 for lots of reasons. So got that. This isn't a 3 because of that. Row 1 does need a 6, so that's a 6. And that's a 1, which makes that a 5 and a 6, and a 3 and a 5, and a 3 and a 1, and a 4, 5. So this is never blue. So that is a 3 and a 1 and a 4, and a 5 and a 3 and a 4, a 4 and a 5 and a 6 and a 3, 4, 3, 5, 4, and 5. Very nice. I really enjoyed that rule set. That was a cool rule set to play with. I quite enjoyed that. The very satisfying. Let's see. Very satisfying, bizarre whisper creature there at the end. You can almost see the jaw here. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a moment with more puzzlage. So see you all shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We have a hybrid of Cave and Masu next by Doomdiat and Pietato. Doomdiat keeps trying to teach me this Masu trick that I keep failing to learn, but usually Selena is here to explain it to me. I don't think Selena is here presently to explain it to me, so we may be stuck, but we'll do our best. So we need to draw a non-intersecting loop through the centers of some, but not necessarily all cells. And so if you've not seen Masu before, they involve these clues that are either white dots, through which the curve must go straight, so either that way or that way, and black dots on which the curve must turn. Did CTC do this yesterday? If so, that is pure coincidence. I mean, I guess it's not like complete coincidence in the sense that oh, Simon did it yesterday. Oh well, I'm gonna do it anyway. And so the black dots, they need to continue straight, one in each direction, and the white dots, they need to turn immediately after on one side or the other, or both, as the case may be. I guess the puzzle will be quick if people watched Simon solve it yesterday. Okay, and so the additional rule here that is very cute, I think, is all orthogonally connected groups of non-loop cells must be connected to the edge of the grid. So basically they form a cave. So because of the straight part, we know that this has to do that and that. This at least has to come in like this, and this at least has to come in like this. Oops. Sorry, center only is fine. That has to come in like that. That has to come in like that. That has to come in like that, which now means this has to do that and has to do that. Okay, so I think now if this turns down, I think we're doomed. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. I was thinking we're going to be doomed to, maybe we are doomed, but in a complicated way to sort of isolate something down here. Unless all of this is out, then basically we have problems. Row 8, column 3 is blocked from going up. That's true. So we get this, and it doesn't go down here. Because if it went down there, I'd break the white dot. Oh, let's see. Isabella is suggesting that we do some greening of loop cells just to help visualize the whole cave thing. I will mark them in my usual. Right, this can't be loop because the loop would die there, so this has to be wall, and the wall has to get out. So we at least know the wall gets out like that. Flooded cave, indeed. Let's see. I just like this better than green because the green is a little loud to me. So if I can avoid using the green, then I like using this instead for marking my cave. This maybe can be in. I'm not sure. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's a good point. The gray can only touch the same side of the loop. Oh, I see. Yeah, the gray can only touch the same side of the loop. So this we know is the outside of the loop, right? That's the point. That's very cute. Okay, so this is the outside of the loop. So therefore, this side is the inside of the loop, and that's only true if I also draw a loop going through like this. So we're sort of obligated to do all of that so that the cave is on the outside. That's, I guess, the way to say it, is there aren't any cells inside the loop. Uh, and so we need to make sure that all the gray cells cross an even number of boundaries as we walk into the inside of the loop. Uh, so let's see. I think, therefore, this can't be in the loop. Because if this is in, maybe this isn't even, yeah, if this is in the loop, it's putting 3 loop ends inside the inside a 2x2, which you cannot do. I believe is a statement that I'm prepared to make. Oh, row 6, column 2 could go up. Sorry, you're right. This could go up, and then it would be okay if this came down. Yes, this cell is not outside the loop, Martin points out, because it's on the opposite side of the outside. So this is definitely inside the loop. And we know, actually, that it doesn't connect down, so therefore it connects like this. Very good. Right. This is inside the loop. And if this is inside the loop, I can sort of follow inside the loop to tell me that these are both inside the loop as well. Or, yeah. Very cool. So row 6, column 2, therefore, doesn't go down, right? So row 6, column 2 does connect up. So the thing that I tried to prove earlier didn't happen. In fact, it does happen. So we can sneak this on down like that. Okay, so this needs to turn like that. Oh, and if this turns like that, then the gray has to continue over here. It's just a general rule of the universe that I can't make checkerboards. So in any cave puzzle, you cannot make a checkerboard, so I can't make that gray. Or in the process of connecting the blue to the blue, I would isolate one of those. So this now turns here because we have made our own corner over here. Oh, this is a white dot. Good point. So we know we get that, and so this gray comes down here. Yeah, this has to be loop where we do the T thing from Yajlin. If this is out, then this segment is a T, so that doesn't work. So that's definitely in. Let's see. Oh no, yeah. It can. Sorry, never mind. Sorry, that's not quite right. It can do that. Uh, don't worry if you're eager for a U-Bahn. Don't worry, Jim. There may or may not be a U-Bahn coming up. Uh, let's see. Uh, if this does go this way, we definitely create. Oh, that doesn't work. Uh, so I if this goes this way. Oh, I guess sorry. We could do like that kind of nonsense and it would be okay. Never mind. Sorry. The in my head, my ability to visualize it was not correct. Uh, column 7. Ah, yes, this is inside the loop. Martin points out. Uh, so you can't ever have gray on both sides, uh, or you would have a problem. Yeah, same thing as that. Yeah, the if this were gray, we'd again have sort of gray on both sides of the loop. Uh, what side is this connecting on is the thing I kind of want to know. Uh, Also, like these connecting, we know would create another cave space that we'd have to get out. Uh, oh, is the point that these are forced to join because of this structure? I think the point is these are forced to join eventually because of the structure of these two columns. Because this can't get out through the black dot. So these always connect, so I can't connect these two. Uh, uh, so for what it's worth, I think I've proven in quotes that these two eventually join somewhere. You can't cross the white. This white's already got loop in it. Uh, we did do a Masu. Oh, you're right. Sorry, we could actually exit through these two. Sorry, never mind. We could exit. We could do that and then have this one get out. Yeah. We can. You're right. Uh, yeah. There is a way to make it work. Uh, let's see. This being horizontal looks okay. This being vertical looks okay to me. Uh, uh, I don't quite follow it, Nicholas, yet. Uh, let's see. Yeah. That I believe from AFK. So AFK's point is if this does this, then assuredly that does this, and this goes down here, and then something else happens. Uh, but the point is now, uh, where is this cave going to touch the border? And the answer is it's not going to touch the border anywhere because these two have to connect to these two ultimately because it's a loop. Uh, and in so doing, they're going to completely encircle this. So I think that's right. Uh, so this comes this way, which makes those blue, which makes that gray. This turns. Uh, okay, this can't be gray because of our aforementioned observation about the outside of the loop. Also, this can't be gray because it's on the opposite side. So that's blue. And that makes this a corner. Uh, let's see. If these two close, we get the same global problem, which is that it's eventually going to connect to over here. Yeah. The point is, the point is that these blues are connected. And so if these connect like this blue is going to have to connect around the gray, and that's not going to work. So yeah, I agree with that. And so that's actually going to force all of this, isn't it? Uh, uh, so probably this is going to escape down through here. I don't think I know that yet, but that's my current hypothesis. Uh, yeah, this is blue for the somewhat funny reason that if it's gray and you sort of fill in how the gray gets to the wall, it ends the loop. Uh, uh, just parody from the edge. Uh, okay. Gray goes down column 7. Doesn't row 11, column 6 break the puzzle? Uh, column 6 can't go left, or row 10, column 4 can't connect. Ah, yeah, that's good. Yeah, so yeah, if this goes left, we create a mini loop, is Lily's point. Welcome, by the way, Lily. Uh, oh, wait, but can't this... no. Okay, yeah, so this is a little uglier than I at first thought, but yeah, this doesn't work. Because if I connect these, uh, then I have a problem, which is this cell. This cell now absolutely, yeah, I guess, no, this is basically as easy as I wanted. This can't be gray, so it must be in, and the only thing it can be in is that. So yeah, I guess it's one step more complicated than I thought, but yeah, this can't go left, so it goes right. Which does indeed make this gray and that gray and that gray per prior work. Now, if that is gray, we force both of these things to turn into here, and that doesn't work, so this can't be gray, and so that is gray. So this turns down like that, and we've got this, and we have to keep avoiding the mini loop, so we get to do all of that. Let's see, people are saying this is gray, right? Because if this is blue, then we've definitely isolated the whole shebang, and we don't want to isolate the whole shebang. Let's see. Can this possibly connect to that side? I guess it can. I was thinking it was not going to work. This definitely can't be gray, though, in any case. This always connects up and down, because if it doesn't connect up and down, sorry, if it doesn't make that connection, then it makes that connection, which is illegal. So it always has that in it. Oh, this going up is a problem, Carl points out correctly, because if this goes up, what happens is now this end of the loop has problems because it can't go anywhere. So this, in fact, has to go down, which now just makes this all one cave wall. And this turns up. And now these are all the wrong side of the loop to be gray. If this loop is horizontal, this is a dead end. Sorry, if this circle is horizontal, look what happens. This cell's now a dead end. So that doesn't work. So this is vertical. And now that means that this is indeed cave, because now there's no way that I can get through it. So this connects this way. This is now a corner. So the cave has to keep going out like that. So this is a corner. Uh, yes, this is blue because otherwise we'll have gray on both sides of the loop. Can't have gray on both sides of the loop. Uh, let's see. It's already done its turn. Hmm. Yeah, I agree. The gray needs to get to the border either this way or this way. Uh, let me understand this point. Yeah, okay. So if gray escapes up this way, we have a funny problem going on here. Which is that if you just imagine that this becomes gray, now this white circle can't go up and down, so it has to go this way, except now we've isolated this loop end. Uh, so it doesn't go that way. So that means it gets out that way, uh, which means that we have that and that. And now this is blue because otherwise we have issues. Uh oh, I think I broke it. This is broken, isn't it? Oh no, it's not. No, it's not. Sorry. Uh yeah, so yeah, this is okay. It's just going to have to connect over there. Uh so yeah, so this can't connect in that way is the point, because if this connects, sorry, if this does this 2 of 3 connection, it strands that loop end, so it doesn't do that, which means that this always connects that way, and now these can't connect like this, so they have to connect like that, and now this comes out like this. So that is that, and so now this has to be gray, because if this is not gray, then it's a dead end. Uh, we end up with that. Okay, so this is horizontal for sure. Uh, this can't connect down. Oh, sorry, maybe that's not true. All right, this can't be gray because if this was gray, it would surround this. So that's always blue. Uh, yeah, this puzzle's logic is quite weird, but not in an unpleasant way, but very weird. Also, I'm curious why it's called allegory. Uh, see. Oh, I see. Yes, yes, yes. The Plato thing. It is almost assuredly a reference to the Plato thing. Let's see. Josh says if this is horizontal. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Okay, if this is horizontal, then the loop has to close in the top left. I'm not sure because I feel like that's the same thing I said before and it didn't work because those two are both possible exits. Uh, if these two connect directly, yeah, we certainly can't have these close. I agree with that. Let's see. Nicholas wants me to think about whether this cell can be gray. I mean, it can just go. Can't do that, I suppose. Oh, if this is gray, yeah, there's if this is gray, then we're separating these two from this or stranding one over there. Yeah, okay, I agree now. This is not gray. Uh I agree if these connect we get some cave between them, but can't that just make all of this cave? I feel like making all of this cave is what we want out of life. That sounds like the nicer option to me, but I could be wrong. Uh row 4 column, so it's this white thing. Uh 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 4 column 11 only being horizontal breaks. Why does it break? Let's see. Uh, I'm willing to believe that if I torture each of these cells individually, I can turn them blue. Is there some benefit to doing that? Uh, like I'm not strictly opposed to it, but I'm not sure if it's getting me anywhere to articulate these, or to sort of look at these. Like this definitely feels like shotgun debugging at the point where I'm just picking random cells and asking what color they can be, and they don't appear to be relevant cells to me. But it's possible that there is a broader thing that people are seeing that is making them interested in these. Uh, Okay, let's see. A lot of people are claiming that this breaks. How far do I have to look to break this? Uh, it assuredly forces that. Uh, 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 okay, so the point now is I need to connect this there. This needs to go over. Oh, the point is now this. I don't quite see it yet. Uh, oh, the point is now row 2, column 8 can't connect this way because that would definitely create a cave. So if we're sort of following this, the thing that people are seeing is this can't connect this way. So this has to connect this way, but that has the problem that now it creates a dead end there. Okay, so it's a few steps. I think if I say the right thing in my head, I think I can visualize it instead and say that if this connects horizontally, uh, then this. Oh, okay. Actually, sorry. It's much easier. It's much easier. We can actually minimize this by saying if this connects horizontally, then whether this connects this way or connects this way, it creates a cave, and both of those caves are broken. I guess it's not that much better. It sort of it makes it look more elegant, but it's not it's not better because the cave this way breaking requires you chasing this loop. Uh, I don't think there's sort of a clean version of this. Uh, but it's not terrible. It's just noticing that you connect a cave either here or here, and both of those are broken. Uh, so like it's not terrible. Uh, yeah, I think there's no getting around the fact that it has some cases. It's not as easy as what we intended. That is fair. I mean, I don't think it's at all horrible. Like as a step, this can't turn that way, and it can't keep going straight up because it'll break the white dot. So this turns this way. Now I can't close this, so this goes that way. Now this is a corner, so this goes this way. Uh, and so now these two ends need to get out, and so the only way they can do it is this, uh, like that. Uh, okay, now this definitely can't. Well, it can't connect straight across. Oh, never mind. Sorry, this one we know which way it goes now, because it can't go that way anymore. So this one now has to go that way. Let's do it that way. Uh, okay. Uh, yes, yes, yes. If this is a cave, then it connects down like this and strands this, is the point. So that doesn't work. So this can't be cave. So it's loop, and we know what the loop does. There we go. Okay. People in chat were seeing many different things, and it took me a long time before I could see any of them, but that was the one I eventually saw. Okay, and so now this can't close the loop, so this has to go down and down. Still can't close the loop, so it has to connect across like that, which makes this a corner. Like that. This is now a corner, and that's a corner, and now the loop closes. And so all of this had better be cave. Very nice. I enjoyed that, although I think, and it sounds like the setter also thinks that we missed some nice logic at the very end, but I think we mostly got there. Very cute combination of rules there. I always enjoy these sorts of things. And lots of sort of fresh logic and identifying how these two rule sets interact with each other. Alrighty, I am again going to take a quick stretch, but I'll be back shortly with another puzzle. So see you all shortly. Oh, I have an X left. Oh, I do have an X left. We will fix the X. Sorry. I won't even make it a Patreon exclusive this time to show you the version of the grid without an X, as I often do. Alrighty, I'll take a quick break and be back in a moment. I appreciate Matt Lappy's suggestion to fix it by adding an X everywhere the loop didn't go. All right, I admit reading the rules to this puzzle, I was very genuinely unsure whether to be excited or horrified. There we go. That looks a little better. Oops. So we have a Nurikabe. Oh no, did Simon do this one today? Are we in shock that it is not a Ubon? We need to shade some cells such that the grid is divided and shaded or into shaded and unshaded regions with the following conditions. All shaded cells are orthogonally connected. No 2x2 area is completely shaded. No two unshaded regions are orthogonally adjacent. Each unshaded region contains exactly one number that is the size of the region. Let's see. I can fake throwing a link in. I think Tristan is asleep. Voila. I will pin it. So the way we tend to do this is we tend to use water for the shaded cells, and then think of the other cells as islands. Each unshaded region contains exactly one positive number. So we can go ahead and we can make all of these unshaded like that. Whoop. And And then you get automatically, because every island has one clue, you get automatically some blues like there. Uh, and we can do a little bit better because, like, for example, the ones are their own island, and so you get that kind of thing. But there's more. In addition, we must draw a loop that moves orthogonally through the centers of cells. The loop passes through every shaded cell, so that is every water cell, and no unshaded cells, and does not branch or cross itself. The loop moves in 3 cell segments, such that each segment cells are a chess knight's move apart. That is, each segment consists of 2 in one direction and 1 in the other. So if we do that, we sort of get corners at these spots that do that. This one has got to go through here, and then this goes through here. This goes through here. So we get like a bunch more blue for free. I'm kind of curious if I should actually make the loop a different color, because the green isn't exactly high contrast. Should I make the loop orange? That's not exactly high contrast either. What about red? That looks higher contrast. I'll go with red for the loop. Okay, the loop has to go through there as well. Blah, blah. Okay, and so, yeah, so it's a string of consecutive knight's moves, I guess. I don't know if I know that this is one of the knight's moves for sure, because it could be like, oh, that's the knight's move, and then this is the knight's move, or something like that. Okay. Oh, it's overlapping L shapes. Oh, we missed a piece that we did not color red. Thank you. Oh, okay. So there's it is always sort of that, and then yeah. So you can think of it as sort of a like this spot and then this spot. Yeah, L shapes that overlap by 1. So I can put a circle once we establish for sure. Oh, this here's another cell that I know a thing. Once we have for sure established where one knight's move is, we can sort of do that thing. It's the fact that it says 3 cell segments that implies that they overlap, David. If they didn't overlap, then it would be 4 cell segments. Right. If this were green, then both of these would be green, and then this green would be too big, is Emma's point, owing to the fact that this is loopy-doos. So all of that is water. Okay, now these can't connect, because if these connect, we definitely don't have our knight's move. And so these have to turn up like this, making those both blue, which does make that green. Oh, which immediately, sorry, makes both of these. Oh, I broke it. What did I do? Oh, it's not true. It's not true that these can't connect. They're going to have to connect. Sorry. My intuition there was wrong. It's because it's going to be those 3. Because the point is, this has to be green, because if it's not green, then the green can't get to 3 cells without touching the 6. So this has to be green. And now that tells me the knight needs to stop here, because if the knight doesn't stop here, then I can't possibly connect these as they need to. So sort of the circles can be the places the knight stops, I suppose. That is going to be blue, like that. So yeah, so the loop can move straight for quite a while, uh, but eventually has to not, I suppose. Uh, let's see. Oh yeah, there's definitely a horizontal line here. I see Nicholas and Martin point out. Uh, okay, we certainly can't make a mini loop. Oh, that's green, so that's done. For whatever that is worth. Uh, okay. What now? Oh, there's a no 2x2 rule, isn't there? Yeah, I need to keep in mind the no 2x2 rule. All right, there's no 2x2s in blue. So that gives me a bunch of green cells if I remember the rules. Uh, so if I remember that, that makes this a lot easier because now I can draw that through there, which now means that this turns here. Uh, oh, and this, both of these continue. That continues that way. That continues that way. Uh, yes, yes, yes. If this goes up, then it forces this up and creates a 2x2. So this doesn't go up. It has to turn in like this, making that a knight's move away. Uh, so that is our next knight's move. Uh, let's see. Do I get more freebies? Uh, one of these is green because otherwise I've got a 2x2. But either one that's green forces the other to be green because otherwise it's a dead end. This is another cool, like the last puzzle. This is another cool sort of synthesis of different rule types that are not usually, at least by me, seen together. Uh, Even ignoring the knight's move part, just the combination of no a loop with no 2x2s on it is not a thing I think I have thought much about in the past, but is quite cool. Uh, uh, I think the 6 and this 3 are getting quite comfortable together. Uh, uh, but I don't quite see how to articulate it yet. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, yes. So if this goes up, Martin points out that what immediately happens is this becomes a corner and then it creates a 2x2. So this does not go up. So this goes this way for sure. Uh, this just is a 2 by 2. I can just make this green. How about that? Several people in chat saw that before I did. So we can do that. Okay. So now if this goes up, it makes this go up, and that creates my 2 by 2. So this does not go up. This does connect over like that, which means that the next place my knight stops is there. And so now this can't continue over because that would not be a knight's move. So this has to turn up, and that's my next knight spot. Now this must be land, because if this is not land, then it's a corner, and that certainly creates a 2 by 2. But interestingly, it's land. It's not part of the 2. So this needs to be green, because otherwise the land isn't going to work. And therefore this is blue because I need to keep it separate from the 2, which now means that we get this coming through here. So all of this is blue. This green still hasn't made its friends yet. These are blue. This still hasn't found its friend yet, but now this knight move needs to turn that way. Like that. This 6 needs assuredly to grow. The 2 forces this to be blue no matter what, because one of these 2 is green, owing to the fact that the 2 can't grow that way anymore. Yes, the 9. Do I know that? Because I think this is going to be part of the 9. Do I know the 9 doesn't do something? Oh, it's because of the shape of the thing. I can't put a dead end on an island. That's why. So the 9 has to take this cell, because if it doesn't, then this cell is, just imagine that this cell is some sort of fancy blue. Well, now the 9 is going to be forced to take these cells, but the 9 is currently only 7 cells, so it's going to take that, and now this is a dead end, which is not acceptable. So that's always part of the 9, which is bizarre to me. Oh, that is not actually what Joel had seen. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, so if this is green, that creates problems for the 4, because if this is green, then the blue goes up like this, and now the 4 doesn't have enough space. That was Garion's point. So the green doesn't do that. So the green, sorry, so the 2 does that. Oops, sorry, wrong color. Boop-a-doop, boop-doo. Boop-a-doop. Boop-a-doop. Boop-a-doop-a-doo-boo. Corner. Okay, this can't go in that way, because if this goes in here, I immediately create a 2 by 2, so these connect. Now this is a dead end, so it's green. This is assuredly green, or we can't get to 4 cells. The loop, I mean, 8,000 different proofs, choose your pick. This is a dead end, so it's green, or whatever version of that you want. So anyway, that's green, and now this is blue because the 4 can only be 4 cells. So now this connects over here, and now this must be green because it can't be anything else anymore, meaning that this question mark was a 2. Congratulations to everyone who had 2 in the Nurikabi island size betting markets. Let's see. This is green, that's green, sure. Let's see. If this is blue, that isn't. Oh, is this just green? I think that this is blue. I think I forced that to be green, and that green connects to another green, and I think that's not going to work with this, but maybe that's more complicated than I have to be about it. Oh, I see Emma is saying the same thing. Right. This blue needs to get out. So it always goes through that cell being blue. Yes. If it's blue, it immediately makes a 2x2. That's a much nicer way to think about it. I feel like there's probably uniqueness deduction to be made up here, but I am too lazy to look for it to say it and then say I'm not going to use it anyway. Let's see. There's no way I can sort of say where the knight is in this piece yet, I don't think. Unless I am missing the obvious. See, the knight here is going to move to one of those spots. It certainly can't move there. Yeah, this is not the knight's spot. Because there's no forward place or no, so the knight doesn't land here. But the knight here could go there. Actually, here the knight doesn't have anywhere to go either, right? Because here the knight always moves like 2 in one direction, and here the knight sort of S's, so the knight's not there either. So the knight is in one of these 2 spots. It's either there or there. Oh, actually, the knight can't be here either. It can't be here either because it would move 3 spots and it would be there, and that's a straight line. And so I think we actually do know that that's where the knight lands. Do we agree with that? I think that's right. And so I think we then can sort of backfill the knight's path. And it seems to check out if I do it correctly. Which then does mean that that's not where the knight goes because of that. So the knight goes there. Why not row 8, column 15? Row 8, column 15, if I look in this direction, the knight makes that path, and that's not the shape the knight goes, because it says the knight always moves 1 cell in a direction and 2 cells in a perpendicular direction, or vice versa. And this is 1 cell, 1 cell, 1 cell, which is not not what the rules say the knight's path means. So I think I'm confident in that that reading of what we have. Yeah, it's a knight's move, but not a knight's path. That's a way to put it. So I think this is where we ended up saying it had to be. There are knights move apart, but the rules say more than that. The rules say it actually has to make an L, and that doesn't make an L. But yeah, they are a knight's move apart. So now this has to come here because it can't go there. So now we go like that. And we get to mark that. This doesn't have a friend yet, so it needs to grab its friend there. This would be a dead end if it was water, so it's not. This assuredly needs to be green for lots of reasons, including 2x2 and dead end and assorted other things. This is definitely one of those things where like what the rules are saying about the path is like pretty intuitive, but there's just no nice way to say it, I don't think. Okay. Well, that did a lot of damage over here. I am not sure, though. What do I do from here? Here I'm going to end up in one of those two. Yes, this is green, Martin points out, because if it's not, it immediately makes a 2x2. That is a good point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. It's 8 of the cells along this island. Yeah, if this goes up, Garion points out it makes this a corner, which then makes a 2x2. So this does not go up. It turns that way. Agree. And the same thing must be true here. Yeah, if this goes down, the same thing happens. So this goes that way. And now these are both land, because if not, they're corners. So that that works out. Yes. So that's land because it's a dead end, and that's land because it's a dead end. Okay, and so this can't be land because if it was, it would finish the 6, and then this would be a dead end. So that's water. Likewise, that's water for the same reason. It's really complicated, but this can't be land. Because if this is land, then I can't make this land because I'd create a dead end. And so then what happens is I create that, and that's a 2x2. I don't know that there's an elegant way to say that. There might be, but I saw it based on my understanding of patterns. So this is not land. This is water. There's probably a nicer way to say what I just said. If that's land, now that is land. So this is always land, because as soon as this is land, that is also land by the dead end avoidance. Right. One of these two is the last cell So this is always water, Martin points out. That is true. See, João says if this is blue, it makes for bad knights moves. Oh, because of how these two things all grow? Does it like block everything off between these islands? That, at least the way I'm seeing it, that looks messy, but I believe it. But if it's easier than that, then let me know. Uh, uh, I know this is landing in one of these two. I don't know if that helps me. Uh, uh, so is that, so are you saying this knight can't go here? Uh, uh, okay, okay. I see the, uh, I think I see the point now that everyone is seeing, which is that I think that uh, this squiggle is just not allowed. I'm not allowed to make this S shape twice in a row because of the thing. So yeah, this is like a really long W, and this really long W definitely is 7 long, and I cannot find an L anywhere along it. And any 7 long string needs to have at least one L in it. So that's not green. Okay, so it is blue. That's green. Those are blue. So this path is now forced. No, I'm not 100% sure about W, but I know about the length 7W, and that was all I needed for that particular instance. So that is green. I can sort of fill in my that stuff. Okay, I need one of these to be green. So at the very least, this is not going 2 that way. If this goes up, that's a problem. If this goes up, I'm going to isolate this land with no clue. So I'm not allowed to do that. Everything has to be clued. So this definitely goes this way, which means that that's green, which means that these are both blue, which means that that's green by no 2x2s. And so we're going to get this. And now that's green because otherwise it's a dead end. This is blue because that is the color of water, as they say. This is green because otherwise we've got a 2x2. So this is green. Now this sort of gets pulled up through here. So that finishes the 5. So that's blue and that's blue. So we can continue those. This goes that way. Blue and blue, blue, and green to avoid a 2x2. Green because green needs a clue. This red loop piece continues. Okay, so that was fruitful. So if this goes this way, we lose, because if this goes this way, remember it can't go that way twice. So if this goes this way, it goes that way once and then up twice. But that breaks because it creates a dead end here. So instead of doing that way at all, it goes up that way, which then means it goes there, and then there, and then there, and then there, and then there. And so now it has to come here. And we now know that this is green because otherwise it would create a 2x2. We know that this is blue because we know that this continues. And we also know that this green assuredly continues because it hasn't found a clue yet. Okay. If this is blue, it creates a 2x2 immediately, so it's green. That's probably the easier thing that I could have said. Uh, uh, hmm. Right. This is our length 5 line pattern from before. The point is that this needs to be where the knight stops, because if the knight stops anywhere else in these cells, then the knight is going to have to go in a straight line, which it's not allowed to. So that is knight. So that's knight. That's knight. That's knight. And so continuing this path now, that has to be the next spot the knight visits. So that is blue. Can do that. That is blue. This is the last cell of the 6 island. This is green by virtue of 2x2. And so this knight must continue through here. Oops. And now it joins its friend there, which is a good sign. Because otherwise we'd have a problem. Okay, this can't come down, because if it comes down, it immediately S's, and S is not a knight's move. So it goes that way and then turns that way instead. So those are blue. That is green. That's green because my knight has to get out. This red continues here. So that is blue, and that's green. And that's green because this green needs to get out. That's green because we need a not have a dead end. This is blue, and we now know it turns this way because otherwise we have not done knight's path things. So this green has to get out, which now tells me that this knight is now doing this forced. That being like that. This is green to avoid a 2x2. This is green. Uh-oh, I broke it. Oh, sorry. No, I didn't. Sorry, that's the one that's green. I don't know how I cannot count. This is green because of the 9 needing to finish. So this is blue, and that is my next knight's position. Like that. This green still needs a clue. It still doesn't have one, so it connects out like this, which forces this to go like this, and this to go like this, and so now those have connected. Oops. This would be a dead end if it was blue, so it's not, so it's green. Let's see. This is a corner. It's a corner, and now that's green to avoid a 2x2, which actually forces this through like all of that, making all of that blue and that green. And now that's also green because we need to avoid a dead end. That is blue. And now this can't go to this way. So if this were to turn this way, it would have to go to that way, and that would create not a knight's move connecting these, is the point. So this can't go that way. So this has to go that way, and this has to go that way, making them meet in the middle there, making this and that. Very cute puzzle. Definitely sort of the knight's move thing ended up playing. Well, I had absolutely no idea how it would play, but I didn't think it would play like that. That was a strange, but ultimately delightful puzzle, I would say. And we have our little knights all over the place. Yes, the famous water knights. I guess they're like horsefish or something. All right, I'm going to take a quick break just to stretch, and I'll be back again with more puzzles. So see you all shortly. Welcome back. Uh, we are going to attempt Itrio's Lion Loop Whisper puzzle. Although I would have put the lying and the loop next to each other for the alliteration, but I suppose it is lying whisper loop is the version of this. Okay, so we have to draw a 1 cell wide loop of orthogonally connected cells. The loop may not touch itself, even diagonally. The loop acts as a German whisper line, so adjacent digits on the loop must have a difference of at least 5. And cells with arrow clues may be either on the loop or off the loop. If an arrow cell is off the loop, then the digit in that cell counts the total number of cells in the indicated direction. However, if the cell is on the loop, then the digit in that cell must not correctly count the number of cells. So my first instinct was to prove that these two were both off the loop, but that was because my brain reversed which one was which in terms of counting, because I don't think that will work. It's like, if this is on the loop, then they lie, and then it doesn't really matter, I think. I mean, I guess if this is off the loop... Oh, this just can't be off the loop, right? Because if this is off the loop, it would be a 1. But then this would be on the loop, and that doesn't work. So this can never be off the loop. This is always on the loop. I guess, is the way that this works. Because there's no zeros in the puzzle. Okay, and it's not a 1, that's true. If I just pencil mark this. Well, it could be a 1 if this is off the loop, right? The thing I know is that this is also green. Because if this is not also green, then the loop is forced to do this thing, and that's not allowed because the loop is not allowed to touch itself orthogonally. Okay, and so in fact, actually, what I'm really saying is I know that the loop connects these two cells. So neither of these things is a 5. If this is off the loop, it's a 2 or a 3. If these are both off the loop, then they differ by 1, which is maybe interesting. That is true. This can't be a 5, and it can't be a 4 or a 6 either, because it's a loop, David points out. Because 4 and 6 only go next to one thing. Let's see, Emma says none of these arrows are 5. Oh, wait. Wait, that's the point. These can't both not be on the loop. If these are both not on the loop, then they're both the same number. So one of these is on the loop. And likewise, the same as these. One of them is on the loop, at least. And if one of them is on the loop, at least, then this one's on the loop for sure. And then the same exact trick. This one also has to be on the loop. Because if it's not, then I force the loop touching itself orthogonally business from before. So these are both definitely on the loop. And so these all lie. Okay, and one of these is on the loop as well. Can I do something with that? I mean, they could both be on the loop again. if that's off the if it's on the loop. Sorry, if this is off the loop, then that's on the loop. Uh, uh, that is true. We can bishop color. Uh, because they are on well, we can only bishop color the cells that are on the loop, right? Uh, so like we can color those two the same thing, for example. These two are either both high or both low. Uh, so why is it if oh, are you just claiming none of these can see 5 cells because 5 is just not a number of green cells that I can put in here no matter how the loop works? Because there's at least 6 cells in the first row that are green. Uh, uh, oh, this loop can't go. These can't both be loop because if these are both loop, then oh, they can. No, that's the loop touching itself orthogonally. So I need to think about the loop touching itself orthogonally. I can't force both of these to be real. So one of these is loop, which does mean that the loop doesn't just go straight across for what it's worth. I don't know what I can do with that exactly, but it is true. The loop goes down into one of these. But it could be that both of these are loop and we do that, for example. But as soon as we do that, we're forced to do that. I guess the one of these that is real is certainly a 1, 2, or a 3, and the one of these that is real is certainly a 1, 2, 3, or 4. Provided either of them is real, I suppose. I don't know that either of them is. Oh, I guess I did just argue one of these is real. And yeah, we do need a 5 in a cell somewhere. Uh, let's see. Yeah, we needed at least 6 loop cells in row 1. I agree with that. Hmm. What shall... Because, yeah, we know... Like, at least one of these is on the loop, and at least one of these is on the loop. Actually, is this just always on the loop? No. Uh, but the world where this is off the loop is very specific. Uh, okay, so Emma is saying, imagine this isn't on the loop. Then in that universe, we force all of this. Uh, and so now, oh, well, that doesn't work because that just rules out 5 immediately. Uh, so yeah, we don't even have to think about the monogamous numbers. We could just say that just rules out both spots for 5. Uh, uh, because if this is out, then this is in, and now as soon as this is out, that does that. So this is not out. This is in. And if it's in, that means it's in like this. Which now means that this is out. Because of the orthogonal thing. The 5 thing, Itrio? Yeah, that makes sense. So this is out, which means this is in. So you can do that. And again, the orthogonal bit means that it has to turn that way, which means that this is out. So this is a 3 or a 4. This is a 1 or a 2. Let's see. If this is out, it's exactly a 6. We should still remember about the 5. Let's see. We do have 3 yellows already. So if this is in, it's the last yellow for the row, which would mean that yellows are high. Because this digit is low. And that would mean that this cell was also in. So if this cell's in, this cell's in. And if this cell's out, this cell's in, I think, right? Because if this is in, it's yellow. And then it forces this to be in because there's certainly a high digit number of loop cells in the row, so it couldn't be honest. So I think this cell's always in. Do we agree that I did not mess up the direction of any of those implications? I think I'm right, but it wouldn't shock me if I flipped an if-then somewhere. Okay, so now we do that. Okay, green, yellow. Okay, the loop doesn't touch itself orthogonally, so this is definitely out. So this comes over down here. Green, purple. Happens over there. Okay, so all of these are liars. Okay, so now if this is in, then pink is high. Yeah, we know these aren't both in, because then there's no place to put 5s. Could they both be out? Is that true if they're both out, David? Because I think they can both be out. Uh, oh, no, 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 no. You're right, or you're right. You are right. Yeah, we've got 3 yellows and 3 purples and a low. Got it. Yeah, so we have 3 of each. So, yeah, so these are 5 or high. I agree. Jim pointing out this can't actually be a 3 if we write down what it can be. Because if it's a 3, it makes that a 4, but then it's correct when it's not supposed to be. It's not a 5. It's not a 3. If this was a 6, these would both be 1. Oh, because if this is in, then that's a 1. Oh boy, that's nasty. Yeah, I agree with you, although that's horrible. But yeah, you're right. If this is in, what happens is, in particular, this cell's a 1, and so the only place that 6 can go in the row is here theoretically, except that this is a 1. No, which purple can be 6? It can't, because 5 is in row 1, column 4 in this instance. So at least my way of seeing this involves putting together like 3 different things. But it sounds like Martin saw this more easily than I could, but I'm not sure I see how. Oh, the point is that this is purple. And so that's the point. Okay, so this is purple. And so then it's a little bit easier to see that there's no way it doesn't work. Right. So the point is actually you can substitute. I don't know that it's better, but you can substitute a different deduction for it, which is that this cell would be purple if it were on the loop. And so you would need to make one of the purples a 6, and you could not make any of the purples a 6. So yeah, so it's a little tricky, but I guess you have 2 completely different alternatives to show you that this is not, in fact, on the loop. And so I always appreciate it when there's alternatives. Okay, so that is high. Unfortunately, that doesn't tell me if this is a 1 or a 2, but it does tell me that this is a 3. And we can bring out Big Z for the 3 dance again. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wah! Thank you, Big Z. Thank you. Okay, so this is not 3. And this is not 2. While we're at it. So if this is low, it is only able to be a 1 or a 4. But there is a 4 in row 1 somewhere. And so the point is, where is the 4 in row 1? And I can't put it here, because no way that the loop can bend lets me put two 9s next to it. And so the only place for 4 in all of row 1 is here, which makes these double 9s. And I believe allows me to go ahead and replace purple with orange, and yellow with blue for my high-low bits. And I can probably get rid of the green again, as in an earlier puzzle. Okay, so this is not 7 or 8. Okay, this is 1 or 2, and it's lying either way, so I don't have to worry about it. This is 7 or 8. And this, I think, is also 7 or 8, actually, right? Because if this were 6, I would need to put two 1s next to it, and there's no way I can do that, because it will bend into an inappropriate position either way. So those can't be 7 or 8. That oddly feels like the previous puzzle. The loop certainly can't extend from a 7-8 to a 5-6. So the loop goes down here to a blue, which does mean that we've now made our own 1, 2, 3 triple, where one of these is a 3 in the row. So that means there's a 3 down here somewhere. Yeah. So this is blue. It's a 4, and the loop does that, but that's okay. Yeah, the loop does not dead end here, is fair. Right. This cell is naked, not low, because it sees a 1, 2, 3 triple in a row and a 4 in the box. So if I just Sudoku this cell, it's clear I can't connect it to the 9. In fact, this is just gray by its values. I got that completely from chat. So this comes down here, making this blue, and it's a 1 or a 2. Row 2, column 9, if it's low, is only a 4. And 4 is not going to work for that, especially with a 9 in the box. But even without the 9 in the box, it still wouldn't work. So that does make that a 1, which makes those a 2, 3 pair, makes that a 2, makes that a 1. Let's see. This is a 7 or 8. Oh, it can't be a 7, because the only thing 7 goes next to are 1 and 2, and they're already gone. So this has to be an 8, and the only thing that 8 goes next to that we haven't used yet is a 3. Okay, and now 3 has nothing it can go next to, because 3 only goes next to 8 and 9, and so I have to leave the box, which has made this cell a 9. Okay. This cell had better be a 9, actually. Because if it's not, then it's a 6, and 6 doesn't go next to 2, 3. Now, because of that 9 now, actually, I know that that the loop can't go here. Because if the loop goes here now, that's a 4, and it would need to turn down, and I need to put another 9 there, but I can't anymore because of that 9. So the loop doesn't make that kind of ebb. So this over here is low. And that means that this is not a valid loop place. This is not a valid loop place. This is not a valid loop place. Oh, it would touch itself diagonally. Oh, yeah, that's true. I'm not used to scanning would touch itself diagonally. Okay, these digits are 6, 4, and 5, just for the record. And these digits are 4, 5, 6, and 7, for the record. Right. Here, the loop would touch itself diagonally. Speaking of things that would make the loop touch itself diagonally. This is not loop because if it was, it would be a 4, 5, or 6, and none of those work. So that forces the loop to continue around this way. So this is a 6 or 7, and it's assuredly a 7, because 6 doesn't go next to 2, 3, and 7 doesn't even go next to 3. So we get that. 3 doesn't go next to 7 again, so we get our 7, 8 there. This is not a 7. So what is left in this row? This is a 1 or a 2, and this is an 8. Just to finish out the box sudoku-logically. So it could go that way, maybe. Okay, so this we know is a 1 or a 2, because as previously noted, it can't be a 4, because it would force the thing to turn, and it can't be a 9. Oh, God. If the loop comes here, this is a 1. That's hilarious. If the loop comes here, it's a 1 and it's wrong. So this is a 1, actually, regardless. If it's not loop, it's a 1 by counting. And if it is loop, it's a 1 by whisper. But because it's a 1, it's not loop. That's hilarious. I approve of this setting. Blue and orange. Be careful that the line always moves in a knight's move. Path. Okay, so these are a 2, 3 pair, because they're next to a number that is not that is not a 9, so they can't be 6. So sorry, they're next to a number that's not a 9, so they can't be 4. And so speaking of, this number is next to a 2, 3 pair, so it can only be an 8. This can be loop if it's a 7. This is not loop because it would touch the loop diagonally. For what it is worth. Oh, Lord. So imagine that the loop connects through here. That grays all of these and this cell and makes this a 2. So the loop can't do that. Now, that means the loop goes down one cell or on one side or the other. Does that mean it goes down on both? Yes, because if this was in, it would have to connect to 1, and then if it connects down, it doesn't work. So it has to go down on both for some sort of loopy reason. Oh, I put a random stray orange X over here. Now I'm circling things. It's all going to hell. Okay, these are both orange. Yeah, both for none touching, I guess, is the way to say it. Yeah, so these are from 6, 7, 8, assuredly. Sorry, and that one's not a 7. Can this one really be a 6? Yeah, I guess one of them could be a 6, theoretically. Okay, so now if the loop does go here, then this just gets to lie, and it's all fine, I guess. Good spot to Garion. The only low number left in this column is 4. And so these cells, if they were blue, or sorry, if they were on the loop, they would be 4. Uh, but they can't be because of where the 9s are. There's a 9 in the column and a 9 in the other row. So these are just gray immediately. Okay, so there's at least 4 loop cells down here. That's kind of interesting. So 4, 5, 6, or 7. So yeah, so this is gray as well. Uh, yeah, okay. So yeah, so if the loop goes through this corridor, Garion points out that doesn't work because I could only put a 7 here, and well, that's not going to work at all. So this being gray is actually huge because of what it does, because of the 1, 2, 3 triple in this box, that just dies horrendously. So we go green, blue, or sorry, orange, blue, orange, blue. And so that is gray because of the no touchy rule. So this is a 7 with, as foretold by Garion, a 1-2 pair, except seemingly we know that that's a 2 and that's a 1. Okay, this is not a 7 or an 8, so it can only be a 9 because it's next to a 2 or a 3. Okay, these are 4, 5, 6, I think. Okay, so the 7 in this box is in this column for whatever it's worth. Sorry, 4, 5, 6, 7 is what's left, but the 7 is over here. So that's not a 7, and that is a 7, funnily enough, in Bizarro World. Oh, or I could just fill in that this is the other 4, 5, 6 in the column and then get my 4, 5, 6 triple and then fill in this pair, which is indeed a 3, 8 pair. Uh, okay, so if this is on the loop, it's low. If it's not on the loop, then it could be as big as 5, is Joel's point. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's not a 2. Now, if this does cross over like this, I feel like that's going to make this, yeah, that's going to make this definitely a 5. Oh, but these could keep going down, presumably. This cell's not looped because it's supposed to be low, and the only low it can be is a 4. And that would put a 9 here, is AFK's point. Oh, that's funny. This cell's always a 4. That's very cute. Because if it's gray, then it's the number of loop cells over here, which will have to be 4 because it can't be 3. And if it is on the loop, then it has to be low, and it's going to be a 4 because it's the only available low. So this is a 4 regardless. Uh, I guess it's just possible. Oh yeah, it can't be on the loop because it's in the middle of the box. You can't have a 4 on the loop in the middle of the box, right? So that means that this is on the loop. Yeah, you can't ever have a 4 on a loop in the middle of a box. Yeah, that is more than fair. Okay, so this is a 6 or an 8. And it's not an 8 because the loop has to continue this way, because otherwise it would touch itself. And this is not a 7 or a 9, and it's not a 6 because it's next to a 2, so this is just an 8. And those are both gray. And now that is a 6 or a 7. Okay, so now if this goes up, now this can only possibly be a 4. So this is always on the loop by ridiculous logic, because this is a 4, 5, 6. If the loop goes this way, of course this is on the loop. If the loop doesn't go on this way, then neither of those are on the loop, and all 4 of these are. So this cell's always on the loop, which means that it is blue, right? Yeah, it seems to be on the blue side of things. Which I don't know that helps me a whole terrible lot immediately. I was very excited by the deduction when it happened. Yes, yes, yes. If this is off the loop, then that forces both of these off the loop as well, and I can only get to 3. So this is always on the loop as well, which means that the loop always extends between those two. Good spot. Let's see. Garion is intrigued by this arrow. Let's see. Yes, yes, yes. If this were on the loop, it would be low. However, it sees every low digit, so it's not on the loop. It sees 1, 2, and 4 in the row and 3 in the column, so it's not on the loop. So it is accurately counting the number of loop cells in the column, which must be more than 5. Must be at least 5 because there's already 4. So this is 5, 6, 7, or 8, except you can't get to 7 or 8 because those are already in the row. Is that true? Uh, row 9, column 1's unvisited. I agree with that. So this isn't 6 anymore, at least. Okay, and so now if I throw away those two, it doesn't work, right? Okay, I see it now. Sorry, I was trying to do it in a more absurd way that was perhaps unnecessary. Okay, so now this is gray. And so These are certainly from 1, 2, 3. This is 7 or 9. Uh, uh, don't think I know what that is. Hey, Doomdiot, how are you doing? Let's see. Ah, right. This is lies. Right. That's the point. This is lies. So I have to have both of these be on the loop. That's the thing that people saw that I was not processing. And so that means the loop has to do that by the no touchy touchy rule. Very well spotted. So that goes up. And people said there couldn't be a W pentomino. That makes this a 6 just by counting. That makes this a 9 by virtue of the fact that it's a high digit. I'm doing well. I quite enjoyed allegory. This is a 3, which makes that an 8, which makes this a 3, which makes that an 8. These are a 1, 2 pair. This is a 4. Just by counting. This can't be a 4 because I can't leave that way or that way. So this can only be a 2, actually. Regardless of which way I happen to go. If this were orange... Oh, this just can't be orange because the loop would touch itself. I don't even have to argue. This can't be anything because the loop would touch itself diagonally. We'll eventually learn to do these things. Let's see. This is a digit of some description. I think it's a 5, actually, which seems to make that a 6 and that a 5. Seems to make that an 8. 5 over there. Right. This would be orthogonally touching. This would be diagonally touching. Thank you, chat. 4, 6. None of those are 6. That one is 6. These aren't 6. Okay. I'm being told that we should put a 6 in column 3 somewhere. It will go there. And this can't be on the loop because it would have to connect out of the box, and there's already a 1 in the row. And I assuredly can't bring the loop this way because it'll immediately touch. And now I can't go through here because these loops need to connect, and I can't bring them both out through there. I did that slightly differently than AFK, but close enough. This is 4 or 5 now. Which means that these are a pair, actually. One of which is 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so that gives me the 1 and the 9 there. Okay. I didn't like your super solid touchies logic. No judgments about the touchies logic. I am being encouraged to find I in row 9. Let's see. There we go. There's a 9. Okay, so, yes, so now that's a 9, and that's all of our 9s. Okay, so this is out because 9 is on a blue square. So now this has to connect across like that. It has no choice, because otherwise there would be touchies. So we get all of that happening, and that makes this a 4. Okay. So these are a triple of some description. Stop 5. Oh, I just can't count. I see. Thank you. Yes, counting. Counting is hard. Okay, so this can only be a 1 or a 2 because it's next to a 6 or a 7. I don't think I know which one it is next to yet, actually. I was going to fill in this triple. Let's see if Mark will do it for me. Let's see. Mark says that's a 3, and that these are a 6, 7 pair. Let's see. Does Mark know what these digits are? Let's see. Mark claims that's a 7 and a 5 and a 4. It's on the wrong color to be part of the process. So this comes up here, making that orange. So this is an 8 only because it's next to a 2, so it can't be a 6 and it can't be a 7 or a 9 by sudoku. So that is an 8. This is octopusable, I am told. It's a 4. Let's see. 8 goes next to 1, 2, or 3. So that would be a 3. I guess I see that doesn't work, although I'm going to look for something better. This is a 1, 2 pair looking at this, so that makes that a 3 and that a 2. This cell can't be very many things. Namely, it can only be a 4. Okay, that helps, which makes this not one of those things. 1, 1 next to 6, so that's a 2. That's a 2. Must extend down. Okay, so this is only able to be a 7. Okay, so this can't be here because 7 only goes next to 1 and 2, and this sees both. So the loop has to finish like that, meaning that is gray and that is blue. So that's my 1. It's my 1 and my 2. And I bet Mark will finish this out. So there's a 3, 2, 5, 3, 7. Beautiful puzzle. Loved that one, Intrio. I think this is my favorite puzzle of yours. That was really cool and fun to explore, and I enjoyed the double arrows and the sort of like the discovering like which of these things were useful. The it has to be lying, I guess, was only used once, but the was very very cool, and I enjoyed the sort of slow whittling away of figuring out what we could do. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick stretch. And I'll be back in just a moment with probably a 6x6, but we'll see. Maybe I'll pull up something short that's 2-starish. We'll see. Welcome back. I did indeed find a 2-star puzzle to wrap us up with. So I think we have standard arrows and standard killers. So no one's lying this time, I don't believe. So the digit in the circle is the sum of the digits along the line, and the sum of the digits in the cage is the indicated sum. So 25 here, for example. Okay, I guess I know that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. And that does push up the total of this arrow at least a little bit. Let's see. I guess this can't even be 4. So this is at least 5, is not the biggest deduction that I've ever made in a puzzle. I can do like coloring-y stuff. Like that this digit goes in one of those 4, but I don't think so. Oh, this one is at least 6 because of the these digits. Because it's the sum of 3 digits in this one box. This is at least 5, I'm being told. Yeah, this is at least 5. Agree. Actually, yeah, if I combine these two, that's actually worth doing. So these two cells, their sum is the combination of all of these. And so that looks promising because these sum to 15. So these two sum to at least 17, which means they have to actually sum to 17, which means that these are an 8-9 pair. Very cute. Okay, so and so they're an 8-9 pair where these are double ones. And let's bring out Big Z to try a 1 dance. Ba-boop ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop 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 ba-doop. Wah! Big thank you to our intern, Big Z. He greatly appreciates all of your support as he is carefully learning the ways of the digit dancing. So that does indeed make these a 2-3 pair. These are, of course, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 oople, which makes these 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess maybe 6 is possible. Let's see. The 8, 9 in here is going to be a little bit interesting. Can I really fit a 1 in here? I can barely. Oh, I have to put a 1 in here, actually. Just like looking at this 1 here, just look up. You can't put 1 in an arrow circle. So there's a 1 in here, which means that this is 1, 7, 8, 9. Very nice. And so that means that this is not 7, 8, or 9. It seems that Garion sees a similar trick elsewhere in the puzzle that I haven't wholly appreciated yet. Oh, I see. Garion has the much more sophisticated version of this, which is to ask where 1 goes in this box. You can't put 1 in the 26 cage because we already said if you put 1 in, the biggest you could possibly be is 25. Hey, Elatron, how are you doing? Are you the setter of the puzzle? This can't be a 1 because there's already a 1 in this box. So one of these is 1 because you can't put a 1 there. And now that does this. So somehow Garion saw that as the first thing rather than seeing the 1 over here. Okay, so this is now certainly at least 3. I'm not 100% sure I'm comfortable saying that it's... I'm comfortable saying that there's a 2 in this column. I don't think that says much, though, immediately. This arrow definitely has a 1. That is worth saying, yes. Because if it doesn't, then it's at least 4 or 5, which is not going to sum to 5, 6 because of the 2, 3 in the column. So that's not a 1, which means this is. this is a very lovely puzzle, which now means that one of these two is a 1. Uh, yes. Where are the 7, 8, and 9 in row 9? Gary and an AFK team up to ask us because they're not there. So they are here. So these are a 7, 8, 9 triple, a hidden triple, if you will. And now in row 6, we actually have a 7, 8, 9 triple as well. If we want to write that in. And the 7 in this triple is over here, so that's not a 7. And so, so therefore, where are 8 and 9 now in box 5? They can't be in any of these cells because we've got 8 9s over here, and they hilariously can't go here because that's the same as that cell, and it's got an 8 9 pair looking at it. So these are just an 8 9 pair. That is gorgeous. Oh, so there's no 1 on this arrow. So this arrow also is a 5 or a 6. That's the thing I'm supposed to say. And if this arrow doesn't have a 1 on it and it sums to 5 and 6, it means it needs to have a 2 on it. And these sum to 11. So if you have 4 cells that are all different summing to 11, they have to be 1, 2, 3, and 5. There's no other option. So there's no 5 on this arrow. So that means this is a 2, 3 summing to 5. And this is a 1, 5 summing to 6. There we go. Not quite sure what Emma is saying, but I suspect it is telling me the same thing that I just figured out. In a different way. So we've got that. Let's see. Yeah, so this is at least 4. I agree, because the 1, 2, and 3 are gone. So this is at least 4 plus 1 plus 2. So I guess that means that this is at least 7. So that's going to finish out our 7, 8, 9 triple in the column, which is going to make these a 4 and a 6, I believe, to finish out the column. So I don't know that that's super helpful, but it's true. I guess it means there's a 6 over here, down here in the row somewhere. Probably on the arrow, but I don't know yet. So there we go. So I can do the same game in this column, where there's a 4 missing. And now I know the 4 doesn't go here, so João points out the 4 goes here, which means this is the other 7, 8, 9 in the column. Okay, but now this cell's now at least 5 because of that, so this can't be a 7 anymore. So this is a minimum of 5 plus 1, 2. If there's not a 1 on here, that breaks, right? Oh, this box already has a 5. So this is now at least 6. Sorry, thank you. So this is a 6 with a 1, 2. I was about to do something more sophisticated than was necessary, and that adds to 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are a 7, 8 pair. Let's see, that is not a 9. That's not a 9. Okay, so now that gives me a Zach wing on 1s, because the 1 in row 2 and the 1 in row 3 are in these cells, so the 1 in row 1 can't... Sorry, so the 1 in row 1 is there. And now there's a 2 in the cage, because now if I look at 2s, there's the 2 in row 2 and the 2 in row 3 are in these cells, so the 2 in row 1 now lives up here, which now means this cage has to be 2, 7, 8, 9. Those aren't 9. So one of these is a 9. which now means that these cells are at most 6. Oh, did I find the complicated way to do it? Uh, oh, let's see. People would like to place 7 in column 7. Right. There's a 7, 8, 9. There's a triple of 7, 8, 9 Zac wings in these cells. So that means that 7, 8, 9 now in column 7. Now the 7 has to go there. We already knew about the 8, 9. Okay. Let's see. So these are either 2, 5 or 3, 4 for what it is worth. The 2 in this box I know is in this column because the 2 is not in one of those cells. What can this be? It can't be 1. It can't be 2. I think it could be 3 or 4. It can't be 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. I see. So the point is this is a 3, 4. So this arrow isn't 3, 4. This arrow is 2, 5. That's adorable. And so we get that, which I'm sure does something of some description. Please hold while I try and figure out what on earth it is that it does. Let's see. Yes, I meant to do this, and then I did not ever clear out the 1 and 2 here. So let's see. So these sum to a minimum of 5 already, so this assuredly isn't 5. Let's see. So one of these two is 1. If that's the 1, then these are 2, 3, 4, but that's okay. Oh, right. Okay, so here's the point. Admiral has it. Yeah, these can't sum to 3 because the sum of these 4 cells together is at least 10 because it's at minimum 1, 2, 3, 4. And that means that these 2 circles need to add to at least that. So we have this. And so these either sum to 10 or 11 are the 2 options. 11 is the most. There's definitely a 6 in them, although I don't think that really helps a lot. But that means that these are definitely from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know those aren't 1. I know those aren't 5. That does mean that the 6 in this box is definitely down here. Which does tell me that the 6 in this column is definitely down here. For whatever that is worth. Let's see, what's left in this box? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and I know that one's not 6 or 7. So this one by the row now is only 3 or 4, which gives me a 3, 4 pair, which makes these a 6, 7 pair. Okay. Oh, I don't know why I never actually filled out that these are 2, 7, 8, 9. I swear that I did, but I apparently did not. But if I did, it would make clear, Joel's point, that one of these is a 3, which means that one of these is a 3, but also means that those aren't 3, which means that one of these is a 3, which means that that's not 3. So that is a 4 or a 5, which means that neither of these can be 4 or 5, because I can only have one digit that's not a 1, 2, 3 on a length 3 arrow like this. Okay. Column 3 now has a triple of 3, 4, 5. And so that means that everything left is a 6, 7, 8, 9. Of those, that can only be 7, 8. So that's now a 2, 7, 8 triple in the row. So now these are the 3, 4 for the row. I didn't do that right. These are the 3, 5 for the row. How about that? And now I've got my 2, 3, 4, 5 in the column as a quadruple. And so that 2, 3, 4, 5 means that these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 6 because of the corner looking over. And in this column, I think we also have that, right? Oh, no, we don't quite. Oh, I guess what I know is one of these two is a 4 now. That's the point. I know that one of these two is a 4. And so that looks down there and says, that's not a 4. So I now know that one of these two is a 4. And that's finally going to do it, because that looks up. One of these two is a 4, so that's not a 4. That's a 3, that's a 4, that's a 4. So that's a 4. Some in chat are accusing that perhaps I did that in a more complicated way than was necessary, which is probably true. 5 and 6 add to 11, so these digits need to add to 11, so there's no 4 in them at all. So we get that. So this is the last 7, 8, 9 in the row, right? Yeah, this is a 7, 8, or a 9. And definitely one of these is a 9, so that's not a 9. Oh, in fact, this is just a 6 because I've got a 7, 8, 9 triple now. So that's a 6. That means that is not a 6. This has become not a 3, owing to this 1, 2, 3 triple and that 3, I suppose. So these are a 4, 5 pair plus a 1, 2, 3. Good. Okay, so these are a pair. They're a 4 and a 6. Let's see. Okay, so these are a triple I could fill in. They are 2, 3, 4. Actually, so that's not a 4, that's not a 3. But there's a 4, 6 pair, so that means that is a 2. So that's a 3 and a 4, and that's a 5 and a 2, and that's a 3, and a 5 and a 3. Okay. Okay. So now, yeah, now this is the max of 9. Okay, that's not so helpful. Immediately. Solo 3 and yes, this is now a 3. Thank you. Okay, that's going to be big. Because that 3 means that's a 2 and a 3, that's a 1 and a 2, that's a 5 and a 1. These are not 2. One of them I know is 9. One of those I know is a 2. Let's see. There's a 7, 8 pair that looks down at this box. So actually, this is only the other 7, 8. It's not a 9. And so these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. These are 5 and 9 is what they are. So that gives me aligning 9s between these boxes, which means this is definitely not a 9. And so, and that's not a 9 either, for much the same reason. So one of these two is a 9. Now that's a 7, 8, 9 triple, so that's become a 6. So that is a 7 and a 6 and an 8 and a 9 and an 8. 4, 6. So that's now a 6, so that helps. Because now that means that this is a 1, 2, or 3, and it's not a 1, and it's not a 2, so this can only be a 3 with a 9 and a 7. 2, 3, 7. 7, 8. Let's see, 7 and 9, 8 and 7. 5 and 3. 5 had better go with 1 to add to 6. Otherwise, we're not getting there. Let's see. Okay, so this seems to be a naked 7 now. So that's a 2. Okay, so So now, oh, I should probably figure out what this is because it can only be a 4 or a 5, and it's not a 5. Okay, yeah, so by the row, this is now a 4. So that's a 5 and a 4. And so these two digits are a 2, 3, 4, and a 5 for the record. Okay, so now this sums to a maximum of 8 if I make this a 2. So I have to make this a 2 to make that an 8 and make that a 9. Makes that a 1. 9 and 5, 9 and 8. 8 and 1, 9 and 7, 9 and 8. Bravo. That was a lovely, lovely puzzle. That was quite wonderful. So well done. I think this is the first Matt Trussell puzzle I have done, at least to my awareness. So quite enjoyed that. Let's see. I am being told there's still time for 6x6. Well, depends on how long the 6x6 takes. Let's see. Mean mini little killer. Let's see. We'll see if I see something that looks like it might plausibly be doable in that. Although it might take me 10 minutes to find one that looks like it might be doable. I'm seeing this double arrow puzzle by Waluigi, but I have a sneaking suspicion I already did the puzzle by Waluigi. I think. I'm not sure. Even though it's not marked as me having done it. I think I did do it, but I'm not 100% sure. Oh, maybe I did the other one. I might not have done this one. Okay, well, we're going to do it, and then we'll see. Okay, so we have just a straight double arrow puzzle, so the sum of the digits along a line is the same as the sum of the digits in the circles. So these sum to minimum of 10, which means that these need to be from 4, 5, 6, and one of them is definitely a 6. And the same is true of here. Oops. And again, one of them is definitely a 6. And so that means one of these two is a 6. And so that means that one of these two is a 6. So these are the same numbers as these two. So whatever they are. So those two are the same digits, and these two, for the same reason, are the same digits. Okay, so got that. Okay, and so yeah, so and we've got this like weird slanty wing kind of thing on 6s, which I assume is the point of this whole thing, but I'm slightly confused by it. So like I know that cell isn't a 6, and I know that cell isn't a 6. I might as well, I suppose, write in the 4, 5, 6 and write in that I know that one of each of these things is 6. Oh, I see. So so the sum of all of these cells together is 42, is what AFK and Malcor are doing. And so that's, if I add them together, it's yellow plus green plus yellow plus yellow. Okay, so it's 2 times 21. So yellow plus green is 21. So in particular, the point is that yellow and green aren't identical. So there is a digit in green that's not in yellow. So this digit is the other 4, 5, and vice versa. This is the other one. And then these are 1, 2, 3s. Yeah, so this sells green, this sells yellow. For what it is worth. Uh, I don't think we know that this isn't 6, do we? Why can't this be 4, 5? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, yes, yes, yes. Okay, yes. So if this is 4, 5, right, right, right. Okay, I see. If this is 4, 5, it makes this 6, but now the double arrow is wrong. Uh, Basically, I guess the point is this can't be 6, because if this is 6, then these two are the same digit, and that doesn't work. So this isn't 6. So this is 6. So this isn't 6. So this is 6. There we go. Okay. Uh, So one of these is the green 4, 5. One of these is the yellow 4, 5. Uh, let's see. If this is a 4, 5, then this is a 1 or a 2. Yes. 6 in box 5 is placed because you can't put a 6 here. Because of the backwards way short little stubby double arrows work. So we have all of that. This digit goes there. So this digit, if I ask where it goes in box 5, it's assuredly not that, and it can't go in its own double arrow. So these two are the same digit. They can be ketchuped. Which means that this is 2 or 4. But it's not 4 because it sees a 4, 5 pair. So it's a 2. And therefore, those are 1s. So that's not a 2, that's not a 1, that's not a 1. So this is a 2. That is not a 2. And so now the yellow 4, 5 is here. And the yellow 4, 5 is here. This is a 3 just by process of elimination. Let's see. Yeah, I still have a green 4, 5 up here somewhere. Okay, this number is at least 3. It is a 3, a 4, or a 5 for sure. I suppose I can get rid of the coloring on the 6s. Yes, this is a yellow 4, 5. Thank you. These are 3, 4, 5. Aha, this is 3. So that gives me a 3, 4, 5 triple in this column. So that's not a 3. And in particular, that's a 1 or a 2. If I look over here. This is only a 2 or a 3. let's see, this can't be 3 because this would be a 1-2 pair. I certainly agree that this isn't from 4-5. Do I know it's not? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. So this can't be 1. If this was 2, that doesn't work either, because if this is 2, then that's 1 and that's 3, and it breaks that cell. So this can't be 2. So this number here is at least 3. And it can't be larger than that. So that means that this is a 4-5, and in particular, it's the green 4-5. And so now that's a 4-5 pair. That means this is a 3. So that's a 2, a 1, and a 3, and a 2, and a 2. And that is a 3 and a 1 and a 2. And this is the green 4-5. And we will finish our coloring before we fill in the 4-5s. Don't worry. So this does not deserve to be green anymore because it's just a lousy 6. And so this is our green 4-5. That is a 1. That's a 6. That's a 1. That's the green 4-5. And this is a 3. And I guess we can get rid of these now. Excellent puzzle. I quite enjoyed that. I don't think I've done it before, but very cool puzzle, and we have everything all filled in. So great way to wrap up stream. So thank you, everyone, for hanging out today. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream, as always. Those who support the stream get access to the zetamath exclusive Discord, where I, for example, often post fully solved versions of puzzles like this, for those of you who enjoy that. But if you'd like to support the stream, I greatly appreciate it when folks do so. So you can always do that by clicking the little join button on YouTube, which is sometimes also a dollar symbol or whatever. Or if you prefer Patreon, we're just as happy with that. So however you want to support that, we greatly appreciate it. Last but not least, thank you to the Turbines, the people who donated at the top level: Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, and Plonktime. We are arranging to have some guests on stream. I realize it's been a little while since we've had guests on stream, but we have some lined up now. So look forward to more of our favorite Sudoku community folk showing up in the near future. So that's all for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.